memo to wear.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you are in need of Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here to assist.
Good evening, buenas tardes. Si alguien aquí necesita servicios de interpretación al español, estoy disponible.
Gracias. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments during regular board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or information-only item, the board will hear from staff, provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and a vote if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment closed session items will be heard during item 9, before the board adjourns into closed session. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items on the board's agenda or otherwise within the board's jurisdiction. To help us organize public comment using this system, if you wish to speak, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and submit to Chantel Torres, Executive Assistant to the Chief of Human Resources, who is providing support in Michelle's absence. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for the public comment portion of an agenda item. I call the meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. Would like to now establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Jake Odello,
Yes.
Jason Romenzi,
Yes.
and Rita Patel.
Yes.
May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. For the vote? Yes.
Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Jake Odello,
Yes.
Jason Romenzi,
Yes.
and Rita Patel.
Yes.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. If you come to the microphone, make sure you speak into the microphone for the benefit of those watching at home. I'd like to choose Jake to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Agenda item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meetings, schedules, and recent developments from our student board representative, our unions, ACT and CSEA, and our superintendent. We will begin tonight's report with a student presentation from the CHS Pause Club. Welcome, Matthew David.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Should I use this mic? This one? Hello, I am the co-president of the Pause Club. My name is Matt David, and the Pause Club stands for the Pets Are Worth Saving Club. And should I use this thing? Here we go. There we go. Alrighty. So, what do we do as the Pause Club? Well, we do everything we can to sort of celebrate animals, and specifically cats and dogs. And the best way we do that is through supporting local nonprofits and animal shelters while fighting the animal overpopulation issue in this county. So the Pause Club was renewed in 2025 with my brother and I as the co-presidents. There was a previous Pause Club, but it disbanded, so that's why it's renewed. And we have a vast amount of club positions, including a vice president, secretary, treasurer, and we even have a social media manager and a bake sale director. So we've got a lot of students running this club. Why join the Pause Club? Well, the biggest thing we try to do for the Pause Club is to help animals, specifically by fighting for animals in this community. And it's a little known fact that Monterey County actually has a large animal overpopulation issue. It's not so large in Carmel, but especially in Salinas and South County, it's a problem. There's a lot of strays. And so what we do as a club is we fundraise and volunteer for animals in need. And we spread awareness specifically for the importance of spay and neuter programs. And we do this by partnering mainly with the SNP, the Spay and Neuter Imperative Project, which is a local nonprofit. And we also partner with some just local like pet projects, our neighborhood pet project. So we've got a lot planned. What do Paws Club members do? Well, frequently on weekends, specifically Sundays, we host bake sales fundraising for SNP clinics. You might have seen us on Rio Road. And last semester, we raised over $7,500. So we also volunteer at these clinics, supply drives. And it's important to acknowledge that we actually raised like $3,700, but it was doubled because of Monterey County Gives. So we're very thankful for them. We also have a social media presence, as I alluded to earlier. One thing we like doing is we like making edits, which are like little social media posts of our club members' cats and dogs. So it's a fun way to keep things going. And we also do a lot of public outreach and policy. Specifically this second semester, we've been focusing our efforts towards a spay and neuter ordinance that is on the table in this county. And Santa Cruz County has a similar one. It's been successful. So we're trying to get one here. And on June 9th, a lot of our members are going to go down to the county office and for public comment. And we're going to give a good word in for the county supervisors to vote on passing the ordinance. So that's our biggest project in the near future. But past that, we've been planning some poster making, school outreach, just tons of stuff. This next slide, this is some stuff the previous Paws Club did with a t-shirt drive. They made dog toys, and they also had a little segment called Dog of the Week. So I'm trying to get that started again. I'm going to call it the CHS Friday Rescue Report, where we partner with, let's see, where is it? Our Neighborhood Pet Project. We just showcase a local dog, cat that needs to be adopted. The one that's coming up, it's 3 puppies. And that's going to be on the video bulletin, and I've already talked to some students, and they're interested in adopting them. So that's the near future. We're also planning on partnering with the Hats for Homies Club, which is a club started by my good friend Brianna. And she knits hats for the homeless, and we're planning on knitting some toys or some sort. And so we're gonna focus on some more hands-on stuff while continuing the fundraising. How do you find us? Madame Martin's room 26, every Tuesday during lunch. We had a meeting yesterday. We usually get 10 to 20 kids. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, David, and also thank you to Ms. Martin, who is here this evening in our audience. So just want to point out that she supports them and opens her room up to them as a club sponsor every week. So thank you for being here.
We'll continue hearing from our students, the student representative report with Juliet Norman.
Thank you. Since spring break, students have been working hard at state testing throughout the district, and AP testing is now underway at the high school. In addition to finishing up their state tests, Tularcita students are also getting ready to showcase their accomplishments at their open house on the 20th. The middle school will have its open house and 5th grade welcome the next day, and the River School open house and art show is tomorrow. Captain Cooper has planned field trips to the Big Sur Library and Meet Earth, and the 5th graders will visit the middle school on the 22nd so they can begin to familiarize themselves and envision what it will be like for them there next year. The middle school's Renaissance Fair is on the 29th. This is a huge and exciting event with historically accurate costumes, activities, and food that make history come alive. The 8th grade dance is that same day, which is their last dance before high school. The high school just had its prom, which was so nice. Everyone looked amazing. The high school leadership class had a joint event with middle school leadership at CMS on the 1st, hosting an afternoon with tons of activities. High school leadership also had the incredible opportunity to work with City Hall for a mock city council meeting. It was very fun, and we learned so much about public service and civic involvement. Our visual and performing arts departments are continuing to excel. The entire high school music department traveled to Anaheim for the Heritage Music Festival, which is a national music competition, and they swept the awards across all categories. The middle school musicians will have their last chance to compete this Saturday at Music in the Parks at Great America. Also in the arts, the middle school had its spring concert last night. Tullarcitos will have its 5th grade concert tomorrow. River School's concert is on the 18th. The middle school and high school have a combined jazz concert on the 19th. The high school spring music show is on the 22nd. The singer-songwriter show is on the 29th. The CMS Film Festival is tomorrow, and the high school film festival is on the 27th. Also, the high school dance show is tomorrow and Friday, and the dancers will be both teaching and performing for the kids at Captain Cooper later this month on the 27th. The district is also excelling in athletics. Middle school wrestling took 3 podium spots at the league championship, and CMS golf advanced to their championship. High school swim, dive, and girls lacrosse all advanced to CCS playoffs, with golf advancing to the finals. And the track team has multiple players qualifying for the CCS trials this Saturday. Softball won its first league title since 2017, going 13-2 en route to become Mission Division co-champions. And baseball is playing its last regular season game right now against St. Francis in Watsonville, and playoffs begin next Saturday. And volleyball will play in the CCS semifinals tomorrow night at home. At Senior Recognition Night on May 21st, in addition to teacher awards for outstanding students, many community scholarships will be also announced. This really is an exciting and touching event where donors announce who will be the recipient of their scholarships, each of which is very meaningful and special. There is a community service fair coming up on the 21st where students can learn about ways they can give back to this community, which very generously does so much to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Next, we have the ACT report with President Bill Schreier.
Good evening, Bill Schreier, President, Association of Carmel Teachers. It's the California Day of the Teacher, so I want to read you something that the Rand Institute published a few years ago. Teachers matter more to student achievement than any other aspect of schooling. Many factors contribute to a student's academic performance, including individual characteristics and family and neighborhood experiences, but research suggests that among school-related factors, teachers matter most. When it comes to student performance on reading and math tests, teachers are estimated to have 2 to 3 times the effect of any other school factor, including services, facilities, and even leadership. But you already knew that. You didn't need Rand to tell you that because you see it every day in this district. And I'm not just talking about test scores. When you visit our sites, you see it in the classrooms, the care that goes into arranging desks, decorating walls, planning lessons, delivering instruction, and most importantly, caring for our students. Mind you, we teach almost entirely autonomously. In a 600 square mile district, that's just the facts. Day in and day out, Carmel Unified teachers do our best. Not because someone is looking over our shoulder, but it's because who we are. Dedicated to always serving our students the best we can. That reality is the product of a decision to invest in teachers. Carmel wasn't always this good. Indeed, it was difficult to find teachers who wanted to come here back in the day. I applied for an open chemistry position in 2005, and I was the only applicant. Good thing, because even though I didn't have a credential, I was hired. Today, when a vacancy is posted, scores of teachers put in their applications. Why is that? Because CUSD decided to invest in getting the best teachers. The long-term health of this district depends on continuing that investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Is there a representative from CSEA? I don't see Anna. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, moving on with superintendent report with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
All right, good evening, everyone. I am going to keep my comments brief because we have a whole cheer team here and a lot of folks from our middle school who are going to be involved in a presentation pretty soon. We've heard from our students. We've heard what's going on for them. We've heard from Mr. Schreier about our employees and our staff. And last month, I will say that we did approve in advance a resolution in dedication and commitment to our teaching staff, our certificated staff, but also for our classified staff, which will be honored next week as well. And oftentimes the question comes to me when we do that, what are we doing to celebrate? So I know last week our teachers at all of our campuses were showered with a lot of appreciation from our PTOs and parents in our community and our students. This week, there are some schools have some programs going on. The district will send just a small token of appreciation on Friday to every campus, and then next week is the classified support staff appreciation week. So we're bridging the 2 weeks, but I just want to echo what Mr. Schreier shared, which is our success is a result of our dedication and commitment to what we do here in Carmel Unified. So to that end, this is the point in the school year where when progress is clearly visible across the district. Students have continued to earn recognition for their accomplishments in academics, visual and performing arts, athletics, community service, and many other areas. These outcomes reflect the strong efforts of our students and staff, along with the consistent support of their families. And last week, and as well as in the coming weeks, we will celebrate all staff members during this period of special appreciation. This is an opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of employees across every department, including teachers, campus support staff, and administrative teams. Each plays a vital role in creating the conditional unified school district. While there are many events and celebrations taking place, I would also like to highlight our local Rotary clubs and their support of our students. It's truly impressive. Yesterday, the Carmel Valley Rotary hosted their annual PICS luncheon, which provides students in elementary, middle, and high school with the opportunity to experience firsthand what it is like to engage in philanthropy by selecting, going through a vetting process and selecting a nonprofit organization in our community to receive a $2,000 donation. And then today, the Carmel by the Sea Rotary hosted its annual Education Day luncheon where they awarded Carmel Unified School District high school students with scholarships very generously. In fact, I believe they provided every student who was interviewed received a scholarship this year because they were so impressed with the quality of the students that applied. So I really want to emphasize that the commitment of that club's efforts to provide support for ongoing learning and formal education. And more importantly, the Rotarians in these clubs are made up of longtime Carmel residents who are committed to our community's adolescents and young people, even though it might not always feel like it, because I've heard that too, whether it be through providing these experiences or supporting their education beyond the walls of our schools. So really, there's that statement and that phrase about it takes a village, and Carmel Unified really does embody that statement, and it is everyone's contributions and commitments that help us to provide the best possible opportunities for our students, and these partnerships are really critical and important. So we are a connected community in that matter. So thank you so much.
Sharon, can I make a quick comment? I would just like to congratulate Juliet on her scholarship today from the Carmel by the Sea Rotary. It was fun to see you up there, so congratulations.
Congrats. Agenda item 3. The consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any member of the board requests a specific item to be removed for discussion. The board will now open up for public comment for item 3, consent calendar. No requests for public comment. May I receive a motion to approve item 3, the consent calendar?
Motion to approve item 3, the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
On to agenda item 4, action and discussion items. Agenda item 4A, Carmel Middle School presentation being presented by Dan Morgan and a cheer team. Okay. Principal Dan Morgan of the Carmel Middle School. Welcome.
All right, good evening. Feels awkward having people behind you and introducing yourself. For those of you that are looking at the back of my increasingly balding head, I am Dan Morgan, principal of Carmel Middle School. This is year 14, I believe, for me here. And we're really excited to be presenting to you guys tonight and also to the audience, and we brought a lot of fun with us. So as we jump into this presentation, I was asked to take a look really quickly at student achievement. As everyone is aware, our strategic plan, one of the pillars of that strategic plan is student achievement. So I'm going to just review with you some really amazing growth in test scores. But before I do that, I'd like to offer 2 footnotes or updates to Juliet's student report. Really important updates. During the high school, middle school combined activity the other day, we played dodgeball against the students. And in the 7th grade game, I was personally responsible for eliminating 5 out of the 6 7th graders. So I would like a raise, and that noted in the next update. It was really good, made me feel good about myself. It's like the highlight of the year. And then many of you know I've followed baseball. My son is on the baseball team. John Beretti just hit a grand slam about 15 minutes ago, and they are on their way to a league championship. So they're ahead 13-0 when this meeting started. So that's well in hand. But thank you, Juliet. All right, on to our presentation. So the first or the next slide that you'll see, we can get that moved. Oh, great. So student achievement data. I just want to touch on this briefly before we turn things over to our fantastic cheer team. This is a look at the California dashboard for Carmel Middle School for the last 3 years. And the backstory behind this is that coming out of COVID, test scores across the state really got derailed. And then we had a couple years where a lot of people were opting out of testing. And so when they opt out, our scores naturally get dragged down lower. And because of that learning loss, we also had low scores statewide. We were fortunate to be well above the statewide scores anyway. But over the last several years, Carmel Middle School has grown in every measurable metric that you look at on the test scores. So I just wanted to demonstrate what's been happening. So if you take a look really quickly, 22-23, all students, so that's everybody that took our test, they were 38.5 points above standards, green on the California dashboard, which is a fun color, a nice color. We like that, right? 24-25, we're up to 43 points above standards, so that's some fantastic gains. The SWD stands for Students with Disabilities, so we're talking about students on IEPs or specific learning plans. 60.3 points below standard, and they now sit at 31.7 points below standard, so a gain of nearly 30. SED stands for Socioeconomically Disadvantaged Students, 26.7 below and 22-23, and are now 10.3 above. Hispanic students, 9.5 below and are now 20.4 above. Students who identify as having 2 or more races in their background, 49.9 above and are now 57.6 above. And white students, 44.7 above up to 45.2 above. So you can also see that our colors have changed. Almost everything is in the blue. Our focus moving forward is really trying to shrink the achievement gap, because while those are fantastic, you can see just by looking at those numbers that there is a gap in student achievement there. So wanted to make sure that we brought that to your attention, because we are having tremendous success on CASP. And as Mr. Schreier pointed out, this is not the only measure of student achievement. I'll get into that a little bit later, or very quickly later. But we wanted to share this with you because it is impressive data. If I could, I can control it myself. The next one is math. We had a focus in math because, as you can see, we had a red number. Red is bad, so you want to try to eliminate as much red from your dashboard as you can. We also, 23-24, had 3 subgroups that were listed in yellow. So there's been an emphasis on mathematics achievement. We're working with a consultant from West Ed right now. We've adopted iReady curriculum moving into next year, and our teachers have been focused on increasing student achievement across the board. We've had similar growth in all subgroups as you look at that data. So all students in 22-23, 8.7 above is now doubled, 15.5 above. Students with disabilities went from 125.8 below and in the red to 70.7 below, a gain of nearly 50 points. Socioeconomically disadvantaged, 63.7 up to 28.4 below. Hispanic students, 52.5 to 22 below. 2 or more races, 37.5 to 52.8 above. And white students, 13.9 to 18.3. So again, across the board growth in every significant subgroup. So I wanted to make sure that we highlighted that and shared that with you. Again, typically I'm not one that leads with test scores. I believe more in trying to establish an extremely positive culture, and I believe that if you can establish that positive culture at your school, a place where everybody has something, a group to be connected to, they will naturally perform better and be more invested in the school and in the process. In addition to that, fantastic teachers, as Bill pointed out, make all the difference, and we have those in excess at our school. So tonight, we wanted to highlight one of our new programs. Lisa Haynes came to Jen and I, Jen's in the back I think somewhere, a couple of years ago and said, I'd like to start a cheer team. And when I first arrived in Carmel, we had a cheer team, and it was about 8 girls strong, and then basketball would start, and it would get reduced to 4 girls, and then by the spring it was over. And so we tried to hang on to the cheer team for several years, and finally it just kind of dissolved and cheer disappeared at middle school. So I told Lisa, you're welcome to try. We'd love to see what you can do. And she's like, I'm going to crush it. You're not going to believe what's going to happen. And she left the room, and I turned to Jen and said, it never worked before. Probably won't work this time. And boy, did she prove me wrong. So the reason that I wanted to bring this group into the board meeting today is because they've not just grown as a group and part of our school, but they are representing our school and representing this district out in the community in ways that we never imagined would be possible. And Lisa I won't steal any of your thunder. But not only that, but it's given 25 plus girls a home, a group, and a purpose. Cheer has actually added so much to our culture that I never imagined would be possible. And it's really thanks to her efforts, the efforts of the assistant coaches and volunteer moms that have come, and all the young ladies who have dedicated themselves to this program. So we thought, why not blow up the board meeting with some cheer? And so that's our intention. And I'm going to turn things over to Lisa Haynes right now.
Thank you so much, Dan. We are super honored to be here. I have a lot in my presentation, so I will speak very quickly so we can get through this so you can see the girls, which is really what the highlight is all about. But I am Lisa Haynes. I am so honored to have this amazing coaching staff with me. This is my coach Amanda, Coach Jessica, and our newest coach this year, Coach Alice. So we are 4 coaches deep on our cheer team here, which is amazing. We are so lucky. We work really hard to build confident leaders through teamwork, discipline, and school pride. We followed the strategic plan for our school. There's 4 focus areas that we hit. Student achievement, we build discipline, accountability, leadership through performances, practices, and academic eligibility. Focus area 2, student and staff safety and wellness. We promote physical fitness, confidence, and belonging in a structured, team-centered environment. On Focus Area 3, where we are engaging families and community partners, we involve families through events such as Laguna Seca, parades, both local and at Disneyland, community performances like the tree lighting and the pumpkin roll, and through team traditions and ongoing communication. And then in our focus area number 4, we optimize resources by maximizing student opportunities through efficient program coordination, community support, and high impact experiences. So overall, I did start this program back in 23-24. I had 8 girls, and we've grown to 25, and I hope to have 25 plus now that I have this great program here with this amazing staff of coaches. And that just shows that we have a positive culture, and we're creating opportunities for students here on our campus. We promote school spirit, we train and grow athletes, we perform and represent CMS with pride. We engage in high-profile experiences. We performed at the Golden State Warriors halftime. We performed at Laguna Seca recently at the IMSA race. We were actually the greeting committee for the pit row, and then we saluted the national anthem in front of everybody. It was a very awesome experience. And we also were in the Disneyland parade. We were actually in the Disneyland parade down Main Street. It was amazing. Not to mention, we've had competitions, and my girls took first, beat out 3 long-standing teams, beat first, made it to nationals, and very proud. We serve and support our community by participating in the Big Sur Marathon. We actually cheered in the runners at the end. We wrap gifts during Christmas time at the Carmel Plaza. We are in every parade, and if you ask, we will be in yours too. We build leaders and team players. We develop confidence with these girls. Student wellness is really, really important to me. We are a family. I always tell these girls for years, silly that I'm getting sentimental about it, but I've coached for over 25 years, and I'm still in contact with a lot of my girls that I've coached over their lifetime, and these girls mean a lot to me. So every time they leave, they take a piece of my heart. This is our family. We're loud and proud about CMS. We do that. We say that everywhere we go. We have growth both on and off the mat throughout hard work, encouragement. We actually attend cheerleading camp where the girls learn skills. They actually learn how to become leaders. We have team culture that lifts them up. We work really hard on lifting each other up. They have to support each other in stunts. It's really important that you trust one another, something we build here. And then we're actually building our future by incorporating our elementary schools. So our 5th graders, we push hard to get 5th graders into the program. They actually come with us to cheerleading camp. So they have a team, a family, before they even step foot onto our campus. And we do also have some fundraising we do where we have junior cheer clinics. We engage families. I'm huge about engaging families. I am so blessed to have the most amazing families. A lot of them are here tonight. I love every single one of them. We are a true cheer family when we involve our families. I am really big about clear and consistent communication, which is important. Our families attend everything. They were in Disney with us. They were at Laguna with us. They are at all my parades with me. They are really, really supportive. They're partners in our success, and they actually work really hard. They're great that they help us continue our traditions. I do a banquet at my house every year, and it's a great way for us to remember the year and the girls to bond. Let's see. Some of our community partners I've mentioned along the way, but just a quick reference of that. Like I said, the Golden State Warriors, Laguna Seca, Big Sur Marathon, Carmel Plaza, all the parades, school events. We perform at all of our gatherings. We will be performing at open house. We perform any opportunity we get. Thoughts for our future. I want to continue to grow. I love cheerleading. I think it's a great way for young people to learn how to feel confident about themselves. So we want to continue to grow. Some middle schools have shifted towards cheering at wrestling events. Middle schools that don't have football programs, it allows them another season to cheer at because we only get basketball. So it's something to consider maybe in the future. We definitely want to attend nationals next year because we will take first again. Just going to put that out there. And then we do love collaborating with the high school. We want to do a little bit more of that, maybe creating that connection between the high school team. We're starting to work more with the leadership program, being ambassadors for our school, welcoming new students in, some of our ideas for the future. I'm a huge fundraiser. So last year we raised about $5,600. This year we've raised close to $11,000 actually. I didn't get to update this, but we've raised $11,000 this year. I am huge on fundraising. It is not a cheap sport, cheerleading. There is a lot that goes with it. We provide the uniforms, but our sweatshirts, all the extras that go with it, they buy. All the trips, they pay. So we do fundraising. Those are just some of our fundraisers that we do. And the girls are always great about it, and it's a great way to represent and get them talking in the community. And we're so grateful to be here. I do have my captain and co-captain who wanted to just say something really quick before the girls perform.
Hello everyone, my name is Liv Anderson and I'm this year's cheer captain.
I'm Claire Brogdon, and I'm this year's co-captain.
And we just like to say thank you to Mr. Morgan for choosing us to perform for all of you tonight. We just like to tell you a little bit more. I know Ms. Haynes referenced already, but tell you a little bit more about all the accomplishments we've had this year because of our amazing program here at CMS.
During summer, we participated in the USA Cheer Camp where we won the award, and we also earned the Spirit Stick. and 2 of our girls here right now actually are an All-American cheerleader. All-American.
To start off the school year, we got invited to participate in the Golden State Warriors halftime performance. That was truly a big accomplishment, and it was life-changing. So yeah.
During winter, during winter, we participated in many parades, and we also did the local tree lighting in Carmel by the Sea, and we cheer at all the basketball games too. Competition and
Well, we went to competition, and again, we got first place. So yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This routine was choreographed by our captains. Girls, are we ready? Ready, ladies? Smiles. Okay, ready? Music's on.
Yeah. Thank you all as you leave. Wow, really well done. Coach, don't go too far too fast. If you could come back up here really quickly. And I know some of the other coaches are moms. Coach Amanda, I see you in the back. And I just want to make sure Mr. Morgan hears this also, because we will open this up for public comment. If there's any, there was no request for public comment. So I'll start with board comment. So you might not be able to tell, but I was a band geek for a long time. Coach Amanda knows this. Drum major. So I played along with our cheer team, and it is unquestionably a high level athletic. It is competitive, and it drives the culture of a community, without a doubt. And what you've created in 2 years, 3 years is truly remarkable. And it just shines what is possible with focus and generating just the sheer joy and effort and precision. Even what we just saw right here is truly, truly remarkable. Really well done.
Thank you so
really
much.
proud to see Cougar Cheer do this.
Thank you.
Tell me where I can buy a sweatshirt, because I'm ready to support immediately. I'm really proud of you guys.
I appreciate
Mr.
it.
Morgan, great vision. And right, yeah. And sometimes that all it takes is
And he
to
supports,
say
which is
yes
unbearable,
through
amazing.
disbelief, through something that hasn't worked in the past, and then to do it and see what's possible is generative for the community. It's a model of what we have the potential to do with focus and with the right type of energy. your connection to our strategic plan is a model for how we're doing what we're doing. And as some of the young ladies trickle back in, it is their effort. It is your effort and the parents' effort to be able to, because it takes a lot of work and the travel and the things that you're participating in. The lists that you put up here are not lost on me. So congratulations. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for coming back in. Thank you for your efforts and for everything that you put together to become a team, because you are one of the teams that make Carmel athletics strong, that make the Carmel culture strong.
Yay.
So to all of you, congratulations. Thank
so
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sarah?
Yes. I echo so many of Matt's comments. First and foremost, to all the young ladies, that performance was amazing. And I am so proud of all of you that you are out there representing Carmel Unified in our community. Like Matt said, what you're doing out there is so impressive. The list also is not lost on me of how engaged you are. And again, I'm just so proud to be represented by all of you.
Yay.
And for the coaches, I love all of the skills that you're building, obviously the athleticism and the commitment and all of that, but I love all of the life skills that you're building on this team, and you've really made it a family, and it shows the passion, the leadership, and just everything this evening was amazing. I'm really, really just, it was very special.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So much.
Go ahead.
Jake.
Matt stole my thunder. I don't know how to follow that, but I want a sweatshirt, and I want to know where I can buy one, because add me to the list. Yeah, I need a big size. But add me to the list. I think to the students that are here, I think sometimes when you go through life, you don't know. When you're in a moment, you don't really know that you're in that moment and you're in an important moment. To the students that are here tonight, you are in a really special place, and you have some excellent leaders to look up to and role models to look up to, from Principal Morgan to the Assistant Principal Jen Barnes, who's here, and to all of you coaches here today for this program, because it's really important to have important role models in our community. And I hope all of you students recognize the importance that you and the importance of this moment that you're in. And this is fantastic. And to you coaches, I echo what my colleagues say as well. Very, very impressive, and what an impressive program that you've grown over the last few years. But can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You mentioned two students.
Yeah,
that
my
were,
captains, Liv and Claire.
Or
my two All-Americans.
What does it mean to be
So when you go to camp,
All-American?
I'm glad you actually asked that question. So we were the only middle school at cheerleading camp, and there was 500 cheerleaders at this camp. We were the only middle school. Palma was there, and some other local schools. And they teach everybody a routine. It's one routine that everybody learns, all the high school kids and everybody, and then they have to stand in front of the camp and try out with that routine. And they're judged on it, and then they make a team, and once they make the team, they can actually travel to events to represent us. And Olivia Carr actually traveled to Disney World for us and represented Carmel Middle School in the Disney World parade on Thanksgiving Day. So it offers opportunities for them to go and get out and represent us. In my past years, my girls have made it to Hawaii, or there's all different places you can go once you make All-American. It kind of opens the door a little bit to you potentially becoming an instructor with them maybe in the future. It's some of those ways that they recognize stellar performances. And they had to try out with about 120 other cheerleaders in front of an entire camp of 500 people.
Wow, that is amazing, and very good recognition. I'm glad that we were represented by, and you're the two students, right?
Yes, they are the two that made it.
Good. Good students to represent us. I'm
Yep,
very, very
absolutely.
proud of you both. That's
Thanks.
very exciting. And I just think what an excellent model this is, and thank you very much for bringing this here. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Jason.
Thank you for the opportunity you're giving these girls. I'm familiar with the assistant coaches, and with everything my colleagues said, that gives me a couple minutes to ask. Next time the Krispy Kreme fundraiser comes around, I'd like to be included again. I don't know how they ended up at my house, but I'm assuming one of you reached out to a child at my house, and they arrived
You got
magically.
it. You got it. I know. We
But
actually
keep me
bring
on the
them here.
list.
Yeah.
So again, thank you for all the everything you guys are doing. That's a lot of opportunity everywhere that these girls get to go. It's really
Thank
neat to
you.
see. Thanks.
Thanks.
Jason, Rita.
I guess I echo everything my fellow board members said, but the big question I have is, Lisa Haynes, where have you been? I moved here in 2005, 2006, and I mean, this program has struggled, just to be honest with you, to get off the ground. And what you have done in a short amount of time, you're like a fairy. I mean, it's like amazing. And I also want to say, I was at a pharmaceutical conference in January in Dallas, Fort Worth area. And it happened to be the National High School Cheerleading Competition. And my conference was very boring. But we could hear the girls next door, and we were always sneaking out and watching them. And I stood there, and I was watching them, and I was thinking, gosh, I mean, they were so disciplined, so athletic, so like strong. They were like strong leaders. And when they were walking around the convention center, they were walking around like boss women. I mean, it was amazing. So I'm really happy that you're building this program and giving this amazing opportunity to all our girls. And looking at the partnerships that you have developed, it's like A+. And I'm really happy that you are the ambassadors and leaders of our middle school. And I wish you much success in the future. Thank you.
Thanks to our program, actually, the high school has now been able to create a JV cheer team for the first time. So, because we sent them up a bunch of girls. But, yeah.
Thank you. And then
Thanks, you guys, so much.
I won't close the comments until Juliet has a chance to comment as well.
Hi, yeah. So I've been fortunate enough to see you guys perform in a lot of different areas. I saw you at the tree lighting and then at the CMS-CHS collab the last 2 years. And it's just been amazing because every time I see them perform, they're just like so happy and they really look like they're really excited all the time to just like be able to cheer and do that. And I mean, I wish we had that when I was at the middle school, but I think that it's just an amazing community that you guys have fostered, and it's allowed for the students, the girls, to thrive. And I think that that's very, very important. I was just wondering, you were talking about like high school collaborations and wanting to do that. What was your vision for that?
So we would love to be a part, and even taking them with us to some of my collaborations, the Disneyland Parade, Laguna Seca, any of those connections, maybe starting to work with Lee a little bit more on that and getting them connected in that way. Even the parades that we do in town, Lee and I have spoken a little bit about wanting to get a little bit more involved with that so that we're doing things together, like the Big Sur Marathon. How amazing would it have been to have my 20 girls plus her 20 girls standing there at the finish line? So I just think in numbers, we create such amazingness for our district. So one big party is more amazing to me than a tiny one. So.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you for this
thanks, you guys.
presentation.
I'm
Congratulations.
So if I could just briefly close, I guess, on my end of the presentation. I know that bringing a cheer team is probably a little unorthodox. I've never seen it at a board meeting. I doubt anybody else has. But we are really extremely proud of what Lisa has accomplished with this group. And it's not just about Lisa's leadership and vision for the program. And again, please don't give me credit. I just said yes and then turned to Jen and was like, well, if anybody can do it, it's probably her. Let's see what happens. And that's it. And then this has come out of that. But the fact that she's provided a spot for these young ladies to learn confidence, leadership, and all the things that you are seeing and talking about right now is, to me, the most important, and providing them with a sense of community. And then the addition of what they've brought to our school and also to our community is just fantastic. So I joke around with people and say, you know, I help run a middle school, but I have a Division I cheerleading program at that middle school. And it's I mean, you saw it. If the ceilings were higher, they would have blown your minds. This is like a low-level floor routine. So thank you.
I will say they asked if we could all leave and go walk to the gym so they could do this, and we
to
did not
throw
allow
people
that.
in.
But thank you for rolling with it.
So thank you for letting us perform for you tonight and for letting us introduce this fantastic group to you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, Dan Morgan. I just wanted to congratulate you on all your successes at the middle school. I know we didn't touch on your academic slides that you put up there, but the numbers that you presented tonight were really impressive, and the growth that you presented as well. So thank you for that part of the presentation as well, because that was significant too. So thank you for all of you. Thank you for what you're doing at the middle school.
Well said. Any additional comments from the board? Okay. Thank you all very much. That was a great presentation. I recommend you bring a cheer squad with you for board presentations. Moving on to agenda item 4B, adapted physical education, presented by Steve Gonzalez, Director of Special Education, and Aaron Tarr, adapted physical education specialist.
Okay, thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Steve Gonzalez, Director of Special Education, and
I'm Erin Tarr, the Carmel Unified's Adapted PE Specialist.
Yeah, speak into the mic. Yeah, thank you.
so again, thank you for having us tonight. I just want to put one more plug in for Coach Haynes, and I just want to recognize her and her collaboration with our department, because we specifically have had interactions with Coach Haynes to support all students. So I just want to recognize her, and also the leadership with Principal Morgan and Jen Barnes. So I appreciate them. So in getting started, I just want to take a brief step back and acknowledge where we were about 4 years ago. Because 4 years ago, we did not have adapted PE. We did not have most of our students back here from our regional programs. And when we laid out the groundwork and we built our own programs within and expanding our continuum of settings, we also needed to support our students with the services that they were currently receiving in their regional program. And so when we were looking at our services, we were identifying, one of the areas that we identified was adapted PE, and it is very difficult to find a qualified teacher who is able to provide the adapted PE services. And out of nowhere, Ms. Tarr came into the office and she said, I want to do this, and I'm passionate about this, and I want to help support the district. And so when I think about an individual who takes the initiative, they have passion for the work that they do. She was working full time, she went back to school, and she has gone above and beyond and really has supported really what we have noted in the strategic plan, building welcoming, inclusive, equity, safe environments, and she's really has established a really wonderful community of inclusive environments in our school district. And so with that, I want to allow Ms. Tarr to share all the initiatives that she has taken upon, both district-wide, but also in the community and with our students with specific disabilities. So, special education.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, so I guess I want to let you know a little bit of what I've been up to. A lot of people really don't know what I do. I hop around from school to school. I teach 6th grade PE here, so a lot of those girls that we're cheering are my students. But this evening, I want to focus on, I'm going to be presenting to you about the different inclusive opportunities for our students with disabilities that are happening here in Carmel Unified. I know Steve just said a few things, but 3 years ago, I was a paraprofessional in our brand new STC class right here at the middle school. And after a year of working in this class, the school district saw a need for adapted PE. And with my physical education credential and willingness to go back to school and get my authorization to teach adapted PE, I was hired. I attended an APE conference this first year, and I learned about unified PE. And this was the beginning of something that I knew I had to bring to our district. Sorry, I have to click both of these. Okay. Many people ask me, what is unified PE? Unified PE is under the Special Olympics umbrella, so it's part of Special Olympics. And within CUSD, our strategic plan gives a blueprint for the next 5 years, and I have started this work in my unified PE class. This class is in alignment with Focus Area 2 and more areas on top of that, but by fostering adaptable, inclusive environments. My unified PE class, I'm not good with computers. My unified PE class at the high school is a class for students with all abilities. So I have an equal number of students with and without intellectual disabilities. The goal of this class is to build a community and friendships. The hope is our small community within our class will then trickle out to our school community and then beyond into our living community. This is just the beginning. Our class begins the year with cooperative activities, which are a great way to get to know each other. The cup stacking photo up here is an example of one of these activities. Our peer leaders in the class are paired with one student for a week, which allows them to learn about each other and how to work together. Swimming is an absolute favorite activity in our class. We're actually in the pool right now. It's a little cold this week, but we are making it work because everybody is happy when they're in the water. And the seated volleyball game you see here is in the photo equalizes every ability. So in state standards, they say to volley a ball, but it doesn't say what kind of ball to volley. Seated volleyball brings the entire class to an even playing level. We participate in interesting, modified, inclusive, fun, and creative activities that tap into the students' strengths. Introducing students to lifelong activities that they can continue to do as they grow older is an important part of this class. We live in an area where we can easily go for a hike or go to the range and hit golf balls. Our students are introduced to these activities. We will talk about what to bring when we go for the hike and places we can go. We've also visited this year and last year the Monterey Sports Center, taken a tour to learn what it has to offer and how old you can be to visit and participate in the activities there. Unified Sports is a program that brings together athletes with and without intellectual disabilities. We have traveled to Salinas High for the past 2 years and brought our team to compete against other Salinas Unified High School teams. And there's the video. This is just the start. Can you imagine CUSD inviting other unified bocce or basketball teams and packing our gym at the high school at lunch and having cheering fans? So this is my hope to bring to the high school. You'll see our team is in white, and we have both general ed and students with disabilities on the same team. And it's more than just what you see. If you could hear the the sound in this video, it's cheering. It's cheering everybody on. It's high-fiving both teams. It doesn't matter which goal you shoot in, which way you're going, but it's an absolute exciting event. Sorry. We go to 2 Special Olympic events every year. In the fall, we attend a basketball event, and here's the video of us at Seaside High this year. You can see that in our sports, we have a basketball hoop, we have a hula hoop that you can shoot through, and there's also a hoop on the ground. So this is bringing a level for anyone and with any ability can play with us. We also attend a track and field event, which we just were at last Friday at MPC. We bring along fans and helpers to cheer on our students as they compete. And here is the Wahine Project. This is a program where we can enjoy the calming effects the ocean water provides, learn to surf, boogie board, and learn water safety. Some of the students I bring to this experience have sensory issues. But when we are at the beach, everyone puts on a wetsuit and those sensory aversions disappear. The excitement this has brought to our class is beyond amazing. Here we are stretching and saying good morning to the ocean. Our students wear pink and the helpers and teachers are in the blue colors. Wahine has given us access to our environment through surfing and combines physical activity, emotional growth, and social connection in a highly motivating and inclusive environment. Water creates a supportive, calming, and motivating environment that helps students with disabilities grow physically, emotionally, and socially. During our surfing days, we have some students who wait to get on the longboard, while other students are floating on boogie boards feeling the swells. Some students enjoy swimming with their goggles on to see what's underneath the water. We also have students who just want to put their feet in and explore the sea wall of sea anemones. Unified PE develops friendships, community, and a sense of belonging. This is an opportunity to increase attendance, meaning, and purpose for our general education students, as well as inspiring them to become future educators. This video might have sound. Go! Oh, you can just. Go! This was one of our last days last year of our class.
It's our first time, too.
Oh, sorry, it's on that one too. The GLOWs for me are supporting an inclusive community and celebrating diversity, safety, while making learning engaging. The GROWs, in addition to the GROWs mentioned here on the slide, just last week, we took some of our students to prom. And our students were welcomed with open arms and dancing feet. And boy, did they dance. I want to take a moment to thank the board and the district for supporting these programs. I highly encourage you all to come and out to Wahine and see what I'm talking about. We will be there a week from Thursday, May 21st on Wharf 2 around 10 a.m. And you can just walk the wharf and look down, and if you see pink and blue shirts, that's us. You really can't get the feeling of this class and the students I have in this class, both general ed and students with special needs, unless you actually come and see us all together. And this community that we've developed and that we're growing every year, I mean, growing is just, it's amazing. The joy this gives our students is what drives me to make this better and better each year. We are on the right track, and I am so proud to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. There were no requests for public comment. So open up board discussion, starting with Sarah.
Thank you for that amazing presentation. Thank you for the amazing presentation. I personally know how much of your heart and soul that you give to this program, and I am incredibly proud of what you have built. I remember when you were working full-time and going to school, and that is no small effort. And what you've shown here today is just so incredibly impressive. I feel like the two presentations that we've seen today are very different, but also very similar in the fact that you are also building a community, and you're also giving these students so many life skills. And like you said, it's your family of students, and I would look forward to coming out to seeing you all next week at Wahine. I did have a couple of questions. Mm-hmm. So you mentioned early on when you were describing the definition of sort of what unified PE is and how you have, equal number of students who are general ed, and then you mentioned intellectually disabled. Mm-hmm. Do you have any students with any physical disabilities, or is it mainly just intellectual?
I do, yes. No, we also have a student who has a physical disability, but he also is intellectually disabled. So, so for the most part, it's also, at Salinas High, they have this class, and they call it a leadership PE. So you can name it really anything you want. Yeah. So, and I really like the way they do it too, by calling it leadership, because it truly is leadership. The general ed students that take this class, not enough of them know about it at the high school. I'm hoping that it just grows by word of mouth or bringing in a school, they just need to be down there and see it. Because the students that take this class, they say it's the best class of their day. I have one student that wasn't coming to school last year. She didn't want to come to school anymore. She wanted to homeschool. And she was one of my leaders, one of my peers. And but she didn't want to miss my class. So she kept coming to school because she wanted to be in this class and be a leader. She ended up going to Valley High, but we worked something out. She comes over for my fourth period every day. She's there every single day. So it's, anyway, it's just a
It's
a
special.
pretty special group, and they take it over and over. I have students that are in it junior, and again, they'll be taking it again with me next year as a senior.
So that actually was my second question I had for you is how do the Gen Ed students know about the program and whether or not they want to select it, or, is it through the counselors or is it through leadership? Like, how does that work?
2 years, when I started this program, I was working on campus as an instructional aide up there as well. And I was able to get the word out and advertise it with the video, doing video blogs on the Friday videos. This year's been a little bit, or at the end of last year, I guess, it was a little bit harder for me because I'm not on campus all the time. So it's more of a word of mouth. I did go to I was at the elective fair, so I had a big board up with pictures and was there to answer questions. But I need to do more of the video, I think, and getting people to actually see what the class is all about, because I think people are a little bit afraid, and they think it's just a PE class, and it's not. It's more than that.
It's so much
way
more.
more than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for an exceptional presentation, and we are very, very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Jake?
Again, I too wanted to draw the connections between the presentations we've seen and how lucky we are as a board to have these really cool programs that are more than just the class itself, right? And more than just what they're doing. It is building community, building leadership, and I think that's really cool. My colleague has asked some of the questions I already had, and they're answered, so I am good. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Jason?
Thank you for coming tonight. And yeah, as far as you're saying, it's more than just a PE class. To me, a couple years ago when I first got on the board, Russ Sugars explained to me like what a PE class really teaches, and it's not just playing sports. It's the real life skills, health, nutrition, everything that goes with that in the future. And I think what you're doing and the accommodations you're doing in integrating general population kids with disabilities, I think gives them a whole new perception of what the world is, and you're not afraid of somebody who's different than you. And it's really neat to see that we're getting to do that. Again, thank you for what you're doing, and I like seeing programs like this.
Thank you.
Rita?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and I wanted to share the GLOWs are everything that I'm interested in and really passionate about. So I'm really happy with this inclusive approach, and I do have just one question. I know it's still early on, and this is being rolled out in the high school. I don't know if there was, once it's like solid at the high school, would there be interest in moving down to the middle school?
So the first year I actually tried it at the middle school. Because we had a large enough SDC class here at the high school. This year we only have 2 students in the SDC class, so it's gotten so much smaller. If the numbers were to come back up, I can see it working here again. Middle school is also a harder time, I think, for students, because at the high school, you're confident in who you are. That's also why I started with just juniors and seniors. Now, if I know the student and they come talk to me, I will accept I have a freshman in my class this year, but she was working in the SDC class here at the middle school, so I knew her from previous years. But so at the middle school level, it's a little bit more difficult, but I think we could make it work. It's just, again, in the high school, they're confident with who they are. They're not, middle school, they still have that little I don't want to look like I'm different by being in this class, but they're really a leadership. If I could make it grow as a leadership class, yes, I think it would work. But right now, we just don't have the numbers here for that kind of class.
And then some of the trips that you take, are they during the class time?
They are. So at the high school, we have the block schedule. So Thursdays are really my day to do our field trips. We do Wahine on Thursdays, so that my general ed students, all they are missing is office hours. So we leave right at the beginning of office hours. They miss their break, and they come surfing. We get them back by lunch. So I try to make it on Thursdays. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, wonderful program. Thank you so much for bringing it to Carmel Unified, and I appreciate all your hard work and rolling it out. Thank you.
Matt, can I ask one more question?
Yes, of course.
When you rolled it out at the middle school, was it part of the wheel or was it a full semester long class?
It was a full year.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Rita said it, the glows are really what I'm interested in also. Expanding inclusivity, creating community, leveling playing fields and barriers and bridging gaps while creating leaders. Seems like that really is what CUSD is all about. So well done by doing that in principle and in practice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is informative to know. I didn't even know this was an option. And so to have my mind open to what the possibilities are, again, when people believe in the potential of all the students. So well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Juliet?
Yeah, so I've had the opportunity, I think 2 of the grows obviously are the coffee carts happening right now, and I saw it, I think it was last week or something, and that was really cool to watch. And it was really important to have the students out interacting and having that opportunity. And then Prom 2026 was really fun, and it was really cool. They just kind of melded in with the group, and I think it was amazing. They had a great time, and we all had a great time with them as well. And then I think that Unified PE definitely, it needs to be more out and for people to know that they can take it. I think that you did do a great job with video bulletin and all of those things when you were on campus, and that was really good in getting people to know that it's a class that they can take. And I think that it's really beneficial. I know a lot of people who have taken the class, and it's very beneficial to them as well. And I think a lot of people see it as more beneficial to the students who are intellectually disabled. But I think that it's honestly probably more beneficial to the general education students, because they get to be with those students and take a leadership role that they don't normally get to take. So thank you so much for this opportunity for all of our students.
You're welcome. Thanks for that, Juliet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4C, general obligation bond consideration, presented by Yvonne Perez, Chief Business Official, and Dan Paul, Chief Operations Officer.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with this slide. This updated project, sorry, my wrong notes. I'm on the second page. Slide 1 reinforces that facility planning is not driven by buildings or budgets, but by the district's larger purpose and commitment to students and staff and community. Every facility decision is grounded in this framework, beginning with the district's mission. The district's core values provide the lens for evaluating facility priorities. Compassion guides the creation of safe and welcoming spaces where all students and families feel valued. Connection emphasizes campuses that strengthen relationships and community engagement. Integrity reflects responsible stewardship, transparency, and accountability in how resources are invested. Excellence drives the expectation that facilities meet high standards for learning, safety, and long-term quality. Resilience underscores the need for adaptable facilities that can respond to changing enrollment, education programs, and future challenges. These principles are operationalized through the strategic goal for optimized resources. How we got here. Slide 2 outlines a process used to move from the initial facilities master plan update to today. Beginning in September 2025, the board approved consultant services to update the district's 2019 facilities master plan and project list. Over the following months, the district engaged in a narrowing process that included progress updates, community input, educational presentations, and financial analysis. Slide 3 shows the cost of the updated projects. The updated list identified $443 million in projects, needs across all the sites. From this total, the district developed a prioritized project list of $258 million that aligns with the proposed bond measure target and focuses on the most urgent needs. Remaining unfunded projects will stay on the facilities master plan for future consideration. 2 attachments to the agenda show the project list broken down by site and also broken down by category. There's also 2 planning level estimates for projects over $10 million. These are typical preliminary high-level estimates that are refined over the course of project design and implementation. They're really rough order of magnitude that show square footage times a cost of construction. Slide 4 shows the largest investment is in the learning environment, the learning focus in improving student outcomes, their learning environment, and interior building systems. There are smaller levels of investment in student support, which is areas like cafeterias and some of the support areas that are not directly student areas, safety and security, and utilities and infrastructure. The proposed $250 million bond amount was selected because it closely aligns with the district's $258 million priority project list while remaining well below the district's legal bonding capacity. The amount also preserves flexibility for future funding opportunities with remaining projects retained for future consideration. In addition, the bond would help bring CUSD facilities investment more in line with neighboring districts while remaining one of the lowest tax rates in Monterey County. And I will turn this over to Yvonne Perez to discuss the tax impacts.
Thank you. So you have seen this slide before, but we thought we'd put it on here again tonight. And so this slide shows the projected annual cost to property owners at 2 term options. So before I walk through the numbers, I just want to emphasize one foundational concept or point, and that is that when bonds are sold and taxpayers fund that debt, the amount is based on assessed value, not on market value. So a house that might cost $500,000 might be assessed at $500,000 could have a market value much higher than that. Under Prop 13, assessed value is capped at 2% annual growth. So for long-term homeowners in our community, assessed value is typically well below what today's market value is. And so 2 options we've put up here are a 20-year term carries a tax rate of $41.02 per 100,000 of assessed value. So for a home assessed at $1 million, for example, would be responsible for $410 a year, and that's about $34 a month. If at the district average assessed value of just under $2 million, it would be roughly $817 a year, and that would be equal to $68 a month. And the repayment ratio under a 20-year term is 1:7, meaning that for every dollar borrowed, taxpayers would repay $1.70 over the life of the bond. And so with the 20-year term, you have a higher annual premium that a taxpayer would have to pay, but you have a faster payoff. And so over the life of that, just like a mortgage, there's less interest that a taxpayer would have to pay. The second side of that is a 25-year term. And so the 25-year term lowers the annual rate to $35.75 per 100,000 of assessed value. And this is if we did a $250 million measure, which is what we're focusing on tonight. So the same $1 million assessed home pays $358 a year, or $30 a month. The average assessed home pays $712, as this shows, or $59 a month. So the repayment ratio under this scenario rises to 1.9 to 1. So for every dollar that is borrowed, you pay back 1.9. So that lowers the annual amount that a taxpayer would have to pay, but it spreads it out over additional time. And when you do the math on an annual basis, it's not significantly different for a single individual person. But when you look at it in terms of, all taxpayers, there's a little more significance there. So neither option is inherently better. It's the policy choice about how the board wants to balance annual taxpayer impact against total interest costs as you're considering a future bond. So let me go on. So the path to November 2026. So tonight we're seeking board direction on the priority project list, which Dan mentioned is attached in 2 forms. There's a priority project list by site. That same list is then just organized by category in those categories that he mentioned earlier. And then we're also looking for direction on a target bond amount and the term. And so those are important things that as we move towards
June, where at the June 3rd meeting, this is where we would present a draft resolution based on what you tell us tonight. We would start building that resolution with our legal counsel to make sure there are a lot of legal requirements that go into that resolution. So we have to make sure that we meet all of those requirements. And it would also drive what goes into our actual ballot language that goes on the measure that can't be any more than 75 words. On June 17th, so you'd see that draft resolution in June. We could still tweak it at that point if we needed to. And then on June 17th, we would ask the board to adopt that resolution calling for a ballot measure. So tonight's direction is important, but it's not necessarily the final direction that you'd have an opportunity to provide. Yes, and then so once the board passes a resolution, then we can continue to work on the bond, but we can't spend any more dollars on it. So we're allowed to spend dollars on this pre-resolution activity that we've been engaging in. But after the resolution is passed by the board, then we would need to shift to a committee that would help fundraise and also get the message out of why this is necessary. And then on August 7th, that resolution that you approved in June, we have to file it no later than August 7th. And if we miss that deadline, then it doesn't go on the ballot. And on November 3rd is the election day. So with that, both Dan and I can stand for questions, and we will turn it over to the board for discussion to really discuss the direction that we need tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any requests for public comment?
Not at this time.
Okay. We'll start board discussion or questions with Jake.
Thank you for the presentation.
That's not agendized. Right, is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is clear.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Dan, if I could, just to go back one step, I just want to draw some connections, because the priority project list was refined. We had a special board meeting, and we had all of the principals here, and we discussed all of the different projects and how we got to this point. And so through that process, we've kind of whittled this down to the priorities that we need to do. Is that correct?
Correct. The goal was 250 million, and we anticipate at least 18 million in state funding, which would more than cover the gap between 250 and 258.
Okay, and that was my comment as well, as I want to draw the connection as well, that our priority project list is set at 258 million, but we're going to do 250, but you mentioned something that I think is really important, that we're leaving opportunities for additional funding, and that could include Prop 2 or other funding that might be out there to bridge the gap.
Correct. There's modernization funding available, and then there's also opportunities for additional funding for TK classrooms. For instance, if we were to replace some of the portables out at Tularcitos that house TK, we could get additional funding for that.
Okay, and I think the thing that is striking to me is that there is there's still a lot of need out there, even with a bond at $250 million. We're hitting only some of the need, and then as you mentioned, the remaining unfunded need is going to stay on the FMP, and then we will have to discuss how those other needs are met in the future as well. So I think it's important, at least the way I look at this, is that there's a potential here where this is just really a beginning stage. This gets us started, and then really the future, the district has to continue looking at either a bond program or other funding to really continue this process. Is that fair?
That's correct. That's the way most districts operate. They'll run a bond program on a schedule.
And we currently, our last bond was in 2005, if I can remember all of the meetings, and we have not had one since 2005 to now. So we have been utilizing the resources provided, and now it's this time where we've identified these needs, and now it's time to look at addressing this. That fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment.
Thanks, Jake. Jason?
Thank you for bringing this back to us. Can we look at slide 7 real quick? That one. So looking at it, I just want to make sure my math's right. So somebody who has a house that assesses at, we'll start with 500,000, they'll be assessed an additional $205 annually with this program. Correct?
Yes, at a 25.
Yep. Yeah, I just said we'll go with the 25
term,
for
sorry.
easy. But there, I think what we're missing is people talk about excess taxes and tax fatigue and stuff, but their property tax already is in the $5,000 range a year. So 205 is not a big jump on the $5,000 they're already paying. Or the person that has a $3 million assessed house, they're paying $30,000 in taxes. Is my right on that approximately?
I'm not sure.
It's a 1%. When I did the math, that's what it kind of came out to. 1% was about that number. So to me, it's like when we talk about it, $1,200 in addition to the $30,000, I wouldn't see as a big deal. That's not worth.
Right now,
Yeah.
the tax rate for the bonds that we have on the book still, that will expire around 32, 33, it's $10 per 100,000.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the argument of like this is a lot of money when you're already spending the $30,000. The additional $1,200 is a small portion of that. To me, it's not. I think it's still worth it to be able to borrow what we would be able to borrow and build everything that we would be able to build. It would make me speak in favor of this to do with the 250,000.
Right.
Or 250 million. Yeah, 250,000. We can't do much with that here. That's not quite a roof on this building even. So, okay, yeah, I think my math's right on that, and it's not like somebody's paying $3,000 a year and they're going to jump up another $1,200. It's not another 10, 20, 30% of their taxes. It's a small portion.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions right now. Thanks.
Thanks, Jake. Rita?
So the polling or survey that we're going to send out to the community, or who are we sending out the survey to, and when will the results come back?
So we're not positive when the results will come back, but it should be by the end of, by the first week of June or so, we
Okay.
hope. It's variable in how long it takes, but it is going out to 420 people or so, and they're randomly selected and randomly called.
And are these
Based on the voter
just
list.
so community? Oh, so it's based on the voter list.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think everybody knows how I feel about this bond. I know there's a need for a bond. We haven't had one in 20 years or so, but the amount to me is huge. With our developer fees going up 562%, and I know it sounds like a small amount of money, $1,200 a year, but to some families that is a lot of money. With the gas prices going up, with taxes going up, sales taxes have been going up, the 1% here, 1% there, it all adds up, and it's tough for families. And so while I am supportive of going out for a bond, I'm still not supportive for the amount. And I don't know how to tackle this, I'll be honest with you, because this has ballooned into such a huge, I guess, is developed over 20 years, right? This is such a huge, like, I don't want to call it a problem, but project for CUSD. And I've been racking my brain, like, how to do this. I've been looking at other school districts to see how they tackle something like this. And I saw some districts have like an A, B, and C, like ballot bond measures to kind of break it up to more palatable sizes for the community. But I'll be honest with you, I'm at a loss because this is a lot of money for the community. I did talk to a couple folks who owned houses that rent them out, and they said they would pass on the increase to the renters. So the rent will go up you know, including for owners who their taxes will go up. So I don't really have any questions at this point. I know the district's stuck, and I recognize that we need to do a bond, but I wish there was a way. I guess the financial times for the community was better. I mean, inflation's been going up. Like, a lot of things have been going up. And I know it sounds, I kind of like, for me, I'm just going to, like, just say a lot of families that I talk to, like, it's not, you know, the entire community, but the folks that I do talk to, every dollar matters right now. And I don't know if the team can be more creative in forecasting this out or breaking it up or something, but where I'm still where I have been for the last, you know, couple weeks and months. And I want to apologize to the board, and, you know, I know it should be like a done deal, but it's just tough for me.
So may I respond? Okay. So I will mention a couple of things just in response to your comments, which I do appreciate your comments. I absolutely do. You know, when with the developer fees, for example, we were also way behind.
Yeah.
And so we were 20 years behind again on that one as well. And so we still are not charging what is the legal rate that
the
could be
maximum.
charged, because our justification study, where it was set was based on that justification study, and that justification study showed that we couldn't charge the legal maximum, which most districts do.
Yeah.
Most districts do charge that legal maximum. And so when you mention, you know, a 500% increase, whatever it is, I'd have to do the math for that too. I have numbers in my head all day long, so they don't all stick. But it's because we also didn't do that for 20 years.
20 years.
And you can do it every 2 years. You can raise your developer fee rate. And so
incrementally,
districts generally do that. The district where I came from, we did it every 2 years, and we were charging the legal rate. And so, you know, that's where we've been, and that's what Dan mentioned during his presentation, a bond program. We just barely spoke about that, but we also have not had a consistent bond program. So when you talk about measure A, B, and C, if you remember in one of our presentations, we had a slide that was showing comparison rates that districts around us are comparison districts that we compare ourselves to, and then also within Monterey County, we are the lowest, with the exception of one comparison, which was Laguna Beach. We were definitely the lowest in Monterey County, and that's because they've had a bond program. And so, and we haven't in 20 years. So you could look at it both ways.
Yeah.
Our taxpayers weren't paying it for all of those years when some of our surrounding districts and our comparison districts have had a consistent bond program. So that's something for the board to grapple with in the future. It's not something, if we are able to go forward with this, that it's not a conversation that should die on a hillside. It's really an important conversation.
Yeah.
And so some of the things that you're really concerned about, I guess on the flip side, you would say, well, but our taxpayers haven't, because we haven't had a consistent bond program, we're still with the $250 million, and it is important for the board to be on the same page with this, is my belief. It's not terrible, and we have had years and years where the tax rate has continued to go down because we haven't had a consistent program, and it also has been managed quite well. We've refunded some debt, and so that helps save money for the taxpayers as well. So
with the refinancing.
Refinancing. And so we've done some refinancing over the years, which gets you a better rate. And so, you know, I think that, you know, it has been managed quite well. But I want to just mention again that because we weren't consistent with those things, the rate that we're charging right now is considerably less than any of our surrounding districts in Monterey County, and also our comparison districts with the exception of one. And so I think there's a flip side to it. And there's never a perfect time. There's always going to be something in the future. And one more point that I'd like to make, and for you to consider too, is that because we're spending $3 million annually Annually, we spend $3 million to maintain all of our facilities, and it's not enough. And so our facilities have deteriorated. Even with consistent maintenance programs in place, when you have as much square footage, and we're a small district, but it's still a large amount of square footage, it's a large amount of hard space that deteriorates, and the $3 million doesn't begin to cover on an annual basis that amount is happening. And so we're starting to see consistent failures, and so this is why it's important. If we wait, every year that we wait, I did the math recently, every year that we wait, because construction goes up 4% a year, and that's a fact. I'm not making that up. It's a fact that can be verified. It will cost us $1 million more each year that we wait. And so, as I mentioned, there's not ever a perfect time. I think we can tweak the amount if we feel it's necessary. Dan, and through his process that he has engaged with, has done it in a very thoughtful way of what are the priorities in the district. And so that is something for you all to grapple with tonight and to discuss and determine. My belief is that we do need to go forward. The amount can be adjusted, but the amounts are not. The needs are not going to become.
Yeah,
less.
the needs
They're
are
just
not
going
going
to become
away.
greater.
Yeah. Now, in the survey, who's drafting the survey? Who's creating the survey?
So it's a company. What is the name of the company?
EMC.
EMC.
Okay.
So they are used by, I will say, I'm hard pressed to find a district
Yeah.
in Northern California that doesn't use them. There are other companies in
Okay.
Southern California, but they're very, they're very
Okay. Now, in the
utilized here.
survey, will there be a way? I don't know how to phrase it, but you're going to be polling community sentiment, but will there be some questions on their comfort level on how much? Does that make sense?
So the survey is designed by a company that has incredible expertise in this area. And so, they do draft the questions with us, but there is a statistical reason that they do what they do. And so if that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks. Could you go to slide, I think it's 2 or 3? There was like the Dan's pathway, had a bunch of dates on it. Yeah, right here, 3. So seeing the process that we went through and the diligence that gets us to this place, and what some may call an inflection point in 20 years of not having done a bond and committing $3 million in the budget annually towards just the maintenance of the facilities, and understanding that we're actually we're upside down on the performance, that there's deterioration, not ability to improve. I'm really compelled kind of by this. What gets us here? Looking at the facilities master plan, looking at the update, the success of the facilities master plan, and the things that were still able to be done even without bond funding, the things that came off of the original list when we revisited in 2025, to say that work is happening and there's still so much more to do. So what we're asked to do as a board, and I guess I look at our fellow board members, is to say we're at this inflection point. We have an understanding of what the community impact is, and it's a little bit of a risk, and it's a little bit of a leadership moment to say $250 million is a course correction to get us to a fraction, or a large portion of our facilities program in our strategic initiative, right?
Correct, yeah.
And that it is our leadership, and to say in this moment we have the wherewithal, we have the understanding of what's gotten us to this point, and the really visceral understanding that there is no such thing as a good time to do the bond, and there is no such thing as making up for the 20 years where there wasn't a bond program. So I'm compelled kind of along Jason's line of questioning, which is to see what the actual tax impact is, but beyond that to see what the impact of executing these projects would be on student achievement, on the performance throughout the district, on the experience of the kids. Because 20 years ago, those children have gone through kindergarten and graduated college at this point. They've come and gone. But there are kids here who are in kindergarten that will reap the benefits of the improvement of the facilities that are laid out in this plan. There are children that are not born yet that will reap the benefits. And we know that when we can move forward, we have, I'm looking at Bill, we have teachers that will reap the benefits, that their life, their educator life will improve, the facility life will improve. Everything kind of gets better when we take this risk and we bite this off. And if we can do $250 million now and they can look back at us and say, this board, this 2026 board actually went ahead and did it, and they pushed forward, and that got us to, the 2026 bond measure paid for this classroom and got us to this point, then we could get ourselves on a bond program and we can do a course correction. And when I think about why I'm doing what I'm doing and focusing on student achievement and the success potential of this district, of the culture that we're trying to create for the people that work here and for the students that come through the district, and then the community-wide impact of having that success, I look at $250 million and I'm like, we could do that. We could do that today, and the community can support it and should support it. And so I don't really have any questions other than to say this is what my thinking is when we think about what the impact of $250 million. And I'm talking to people also in the community. Rita, I really take one from you. I think you're really wise to be out there and to be engaged. And Big Sur is a funny place because we have some very big properties with high assessed values and people who are often absentee homeowners who are happy to support the community that they're invested in. And I think that's what the call is. And that's what our leadership is in this moment. So I guess I don't have any questions. I apologize. Sarah, do you have any questions?
No questions per se, but I think just more thoughts along the lines of my colleagues here. First and foremost, I understand and I appreciate that we are in a precarious position here without having done a bond in 20 years. Totally agree with you, Yvonne, that there's not a good time to do this, especially since we are, so far behind the 8 ball. For example, if we were to try and do this in 2 years, it's a presidential election. And with presidential elections, there's always a ton of economic uncertainty, right? So that would add another level of potential confusion or maybe, not wanting to be a part of a bond process. So I appreciate the timing of this is never going to be great. I also think that, sitting on this board for 7 years, I take my commitment to our students very seriously. And I agree with Matt that I am looking at this bond at this point through the lens of student impact and student achievement. And the bond is necessary for that. We should be giving our students the best facilities. We should be giving our teachers and our staff the facilities that they deserve. And this helps us get there. So with all of that said, it's a big number. But again, I don't know how that number goes down if we wait. I can appreciate having the conversation about, whether we want to move forward with this number or maybe drop it. I don't know if that's a conversation that we're having this evening. Happy to engage in that, but I guess I'm really sort of on the same page with you, Matt, as, I think that there's not going to be a great time, and we're here and we're down the road in this process, and I think we're doing our students and our community and everybody who works in Carmel Unified a disservice if we don't provide them with this opportunity.
Can I make another comment? Matt, you said something that kind of drew on me a little bit, and I too try to put all this together on the student need. And as I look at the priority project list here, even with the groups that came and presented today, whether it was Unified PE or cheerleading, there are projects right here at CMS, a new gym, or a shade structure outside the gym if there's no new gym, or rubberized coating. Think of what these programs have been able to do with what we have now and what they can do if we were to go forward with some of these prioritizations. The same thing with the Unified PE. They talked about they talked about how much everybody enjoys the pool, and there's a line item here with the CHS priority list that talks about refurbishing of pool and the wheelchair lift. And these are the things that I draw on, and I agree, and I appreciate the discussion tonight, because I agree this isn't small, and this is hard, and probably one of the hardest things we will have to do as board members to really hone in the investment here. But Matt said something that I kind of thought about just now, and so I'm going to throw it in. But Matt talked about the future students that are going to reap the benefits of that. I was that. When I went to school here, I reaped the benefits of those early 2000 bonds. There was a lot of modernization that happened as I was going to school there, and by the time I was finished with my schooling here, we had a new library to enjoy, a brand new theater to enjoy. And so I remember looking up to the leaders of the school district at that time and saying, that's so cool that they were able to do this, because I reaped the benefit of those bonds. And there's going to be students that are like that here, that are going to say, we get to reap the benefits of these projects because people from long ago, old people from long ago, made a tough choice. And so this is not an easy choice, and I don't take it lightly. And we're asking the community for a lot. It's not a little, but we're asking them for an investment that's going to help not only the people we saw here today, and help them bolster those programs, which we all really enjoyed, I think. But I also think it's going to help students, the future, and I was able to experience it firsthand. It's going to help those future students, and I think that's a really important point, Matt, that we have to consider. And so I just wanted to add those 2 cents. Thank you.
Matt, I have a question.
Yep.
And a quick comment. Jake, it was not that long ago. 2005 is in the middle of most of our lives.
It's 21 years ago.
I know.
Okay.
Yes. The question with making a motion for this or providing direction, I believe we have to make a motion for it. Are we providing 3 separate motions, one to finalize the dollar amount, one to determine the bond, and one to direct staff to draft a draft resolution?
Yeah, I would probably take that kind of in separated out to make sure we'll pull on item 1, which is the final dollar amount, item 2 to determine the staff bond, and then 3 takes. Yeah.
Okay, so after hearing from Juliet,
yeah,
we would set the dollar amount and then have discussion, possibly?
We could. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Rita had a question,
Yeah, I
then we'll go
have
to
one more
Juliet.
question. I think I've asked this before. So we spend $3 million a year on deferred maintenance.
Maintenance in general.
In general. And then how much do we put aside again?
Put aside
More than, I thought that we had 2 funds.
I think she's asking about the deferred maintenance fund.
So we have.
Yeah, a few years ago, the board voted or adopted us to put $200,000 into deferred maintenance and another $200,000 towards our bus fleet. And so that's $400,000 a year.
Okay. And then I know it's not a topic for discussion for today, but is the district interested at all in restarting the capital I guess, a fund that we used to have, like
I-
many years ago?
Yeah, that you said it. It's not part of our current agenda question. I think it's a valid question, but I think we should stick to the agenda item to stay compliant with the Brown Act.
Okay, well, I'll just make a general comment then. I think it is important for the district to maybe consider putting more money aside for, I guess, deferred maintenance and maybe some capital projects. Thank you.
Juliet.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to say thank you for all these presentations over the past few months and for really educating us and giving us all of the information in order to make this decision. And I know it was a lot of work. And so thank you for all of the work that you've put into it and your determination and everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
So
Or Jake.
this is just to what we're being asked to tonight is to basically move on through the next step. But I heard mention of a survey, and that because I think that's also going to be telling. That survey information is going to be telling. So that's going to come. That will come back to the board. That data.
Yeah, so we are asked to finalize the dollar amount tonight, determine the term of the bond, and then give direction to the board or give direction to staff on the draft of a resolution. And that will happen before we have the results of the survey. The survey results will be reported to us when they come back, presumably for the June meeting.
So there will still be a space where we will be able to evaluate that information.
Yes, because now we're giving direction for how the document is going to be drafted with specificity and the agreement, and that will drive the process. And then if you notice on the screen right now, the June 3rd meeting, the draft resolution would be presented to us for adoption.
Sorry, for review, you would adopt it on the 17th.
Oh, right. So it would be presented to us on June 3rd for adoption on the 17th. Thank you for that clarification. That's important. So given that the first item is the dollar amount, we were presented today with the bond threshold at $250 million and the tax impact of that. That number was derived from the priority projects list as agreed upon by the community input and staff recommendation. So starting there in the conversation, the dollar amount for the bond would be $250 million. Right, we made that. We told you to come back to us with the priority list and to tell us.
I'd like to make a motion to finalize the dollar amount of the $250 million and pursue that.
Is there a second?
I second.
So now we can have board discussion on the $250 million amount before we take it to a vote.
I guess I'd like to ask my colleagues if we should engage in the discussion around a different dollar amount.
We have that option to do if you'd like to pursue that. As part of the discussion for the motion that's on the table.
Right, so what's proposed is $250 million, and if you wanted to make a counter proposal, that would be in order right now.
I don't have so much as a counter proposal, just wanted to see if we would like to have that discussion. I'm just wondering, in terms of the optics of the bond, right? If the board, we've all acknowledged, right, that the 250 is a big number. We've all acknowledged that. So I was just wondering, if optically, if we drop that number, again, I know this totally messes up our list and our whole thing with priorities, but, it's kind of like that situation where if you see something for $99, you feel better about it versus it being $100, right? There's some head games there. So I guess I just wanted to see if it's worth even having the conversation about moving that number down to potentially a number that could be maybe more easily digested within the community, or if we just want to stick at the 250.
I have an opinion about it.
Jason?
So our list of need is at nearly $1.5 billion. and we've compromised down to half of that. It is a lot of money, but it builds a lot of buildings. Monterey High School has that big, beautiful building that overlooks their football field for their science. I know that building wasn't cheap. That was tens of millions, I believe. And I think we owe it to our students, our teachers, our staff, and our community to also invest in our facilities and build them up to that standard. We have top-notch teachers. We recruit teachers from all over the state. They come here in droves. Let's put them in a spot that's worthy of teaching too.
Jake?
So I think it's a good question that Trustee Hines poses, and then I think, Rita had a really good suggestion too about, do we do it in 4 stages, and something maybe to look at. But I guess my question is, even if we did different stages, like if we did was it an A, a B, and a C, right? If we did something like that, would it still get us to the same number? Or is it?
Well, it depends on where you set it tonight. Or, by the time we do the resolution, the needs will not go down. They're just going to continue to grow.
Can I chime in here too?
Yeah, one more comment. So that, once again, the A, B, and C measures, those are, for each of those measures, A, B, and C, you're going through this whole process all over again. And with what happens if we're successful in a measure that was 250 million, whatever amount the board sets tonight is fine. You don't sell them all at once. And so those are series as opposed to measures A, B, and C, which is going through this whole process all over again. We haven't done it in 20 years, so that's just my comments back.
So I'm gonna piggyback off of that because it's my comments are similar, and I will share. I've spoken about this before, but I spent many years in a district with a very strong bond program, and the bond, once the bond dollar amount is set, and assuming it goes and gets approved by the voters, those bonds are sold in different phases so that it spans the 10 to 12 year timeline before you have to, and then you go out for another one after, so you're not stacking. A lot of folks don't have the benefit of that because they don't have the same ratings that we have in Carmel Unified. We have very strong fiscal stewardship and very strong, the highest rating that any organization can be issued. And we can, issue bonds. And the reality of having to go through this phase every couple of years because you can't afford it is different than if we can afford it, but we're going to make it last this 10 to 12 years and get all of these different projects to materialize, and then you go out again. So I think there's a few different ways to look at the total here, and my only thought was, maybe that's the point that has to be made also, right? So we would sell bonds as needed, and depending on how we divide up the projects and phase all of them, we would have 3 Series A, B, C, Series A, B, C, D. You can see it in any number of ways in any district you go and look up. And finally, I would say that I think another misunderstanding of many folks, understandably, because it is super complicated, is the way in which schools in California are funded. This is the structure. The state doesn't give you money for facilities, ever. And that it just isn't assigned that way. And this is the structure that is in place for this exact reason. So I don't know a district that would be able to carve out enough money to take care of all of these ongoing projects while also maintaining the student programming, and student program requires employees and employees required to be paid, like that all, it has to all be paid for. And like I said, I can't think of a district that no matter how big their budget is, that can support funding facilities programs out of their general fund for forever. I just have never seen it, and I don't know how it would happen. So the idea of us putting more money aside, absolutely worthy conversation, but I just want to put out that it still doesn't tackle this build up over years. And I guess finally, I wasn't going to say anything, but here I am. I'm on my my train of thought here. Like, part of the other components here is that, because I know there's this question, like, how did it get this way? Well, 21 years with no significant amount of, just doing small projects at a time does add up. We have had to close school because of infrastructure failures that the CDE has defined as, like, you may not start school if you do not have running water or if you do not have electricity. And we have had to cancel school, which means impacting student learning because of these infrastructure failures. Those will continue to happen. So it just makes all of the comments of our previous items earlier this evening even more intensified and amazing that we are doing what we're doing in the facilities that we have, because they're not necessarily supporting 21st century learning, and we are 26 years into the 21st century.
Yeah, I would make a comment in favor of the amount, because I'm compelled, Yvonne, by what you said about the cost of construction over time and the value of the dollar over time, and what happens when we invest in the facilities and in the community makes that investment today, and the fiscal responsibility of biting off the big chunk now and doing this course correction at this inflection point when we have stability here, when we have civil discourse and we have forward thinking, we're founded on a strategic plan. Even our cheer team referred to 4 strategic plan focus areas. That is, and it's indicative of some stability that we're leaning on. It's a guardrail. So to be able to do this now in this moment, I would speak in favor of biting off the $250 million, asking the community to support in this moment and to stand in that leadership and to say we can actually get that done, and it's fiscally responsible to do it now, because the best day, there's no good time to pass a bond, but the best day to pass a bond is today, because it only gets more expensive as time goes on. So I'm with Jason, and I would support the $250 million figure, how it relates to our priority projects list, to our future thinking, and to our strategic development.
The whatever amount we come to today, will that be incorporated into the survey that's going out?
The survey is on the street right now.
Yeah, the survey's already out.
Oh, it is? Okay, never mind.
Yvonne, for clarification, the bond, the way the borrowing goes, it's more akin to a line of credit than a loan. Is that correct? We're not paying interest on it until we take the money out. We just have the borrowing power up to that amount.
That's correct.
Okay. So there's going to be a community group that oversees a community, I don't want to say watchdog, but a community driving committee that watches this and verifies the plans as we go. That's the backstop beyond anything else. Thank you.
It's called an oversight committee.
Oversight, yeah. Are there any other questions or comments on the amount? Do we have enough consensus to move forward with agreeing to the finalized dollar amount in as $250 million for the bond resolution? Well, we're kind of nodding our heads right now, and then there is a motion and a second on the table. And if we're ready, we can call the question. Okay, so to reiterate the question, the finalized dollar amount for the bond resolution is $250 million. Go ahead and go for a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier?
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Jay Codello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
No.
So the second portion of this is to determine the term of the bond. Can you go to slide 6? Is that where we were?
I think it's on 7.
7 maybe? 7. Oh yeah, okay. So determining between a 20-year term and a 25-year term, we need to give direction there.
I mean, are we entertaining motions? I'll make a motion to determine the term of the bond for a 20-year term.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, then we open up for board discussion. I would also speak in favor of a 20-year term.
I'm in favor of 20-year term to cost overall less, even though most people sell their houses in less than 10 years. But it's, I think that keeps the cost down to the community in total.
Can I ask?
Yep.
I ask a question?
Of course.
So if we do a 20-year term, is that enough time for you to do what you need to do? Or do you need more? Is a 25-year term better because it's more flexible, more time to do the different series and things like that?
But we're not spending this money out to 20 years. We're using the money probably in the next 5-10 years, then we'll take 20 years to pay it off.
Yes. Yeah, this is the payoff term. Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Does that term start when we borrow the funds, or that term starts, so we've got 20 years from the day this passes, or we have 20 years from when we start that project and borrow the funds?
So there is not a limit on how long you take to draw down the measure, the amount from the measure. And the interest starts, or the payments start when you sell in that series. And so you're absolutely right, we would sell in different series based on when we need it. We certainly can't do this many projects all at once.
So year 1, we spend $100 million, and then we're paying that off already, and by year 10, we borrow the last of the money, but we've already paid down part of the loan already in the meantime.
That's correct.
So it's more beneficial than it even looks just on paper as a static one-time borrowed loan. Okay.
It's we actually have that in place right now because one of our components of our old bond is just expiring. It just finished actually, I think like this month or something. And so there's only a smaller portion left until the 2032 that Yvonne referenced earlier. So that is what was done by Carmel Unified School District all those years ago to do this in series.
Yeah, I mean, the overall reduction in cost and thinking of just, again, being strategic and thoughtful in how we make these determinations seems just like a fiscally responsible and forward-thinking motive. Understanding that it does increase the monthly, but it reduces the overall cost to taxpayers. Are there any other questions, comments? Can we call the question on the determination of the term of the bond for 20 years? Go ahead and call the question. Roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jay Codello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
I'm going to vote no on this based on my vote for the first one, but I do agree with 20 years versus 25.
I did the math real quick. It was a $50 million savings.
That's not insignificant.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so then the third item is the motion to direct staff to prepare a draft resolution and final priority project list for a school improvement general obligation bond in the amount of $250 million for a 20-year term for the November 2026 election.
Can I make a motion as you presented it?
Yes. Is there a second?
I second.
Any questions, comments, discussion necessary?
I think it's pretty clear the need that the district has, and I think it's really clear what the community, teachers, principals all believe our priorities are, and I think it's important that we just move forward with this.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll just make a comment before we go to the vote. I guess I could have said this after the vote, but I just want to thank you both for the presentation again this evening and for the previous ones as well. I know this has taken up a lot of time and a lot of resources in both of your departments. So I appreciate the level of detail and all of the answers to all of our questions. Obviously, you know, we're all trying to be very thoughtful about this and taking our time. So thank you for being patient and providing us with so much information and data. Thank you.
Yes,
I
Rita.
should just make a final comment
Yes.
as well. I just want to also thank you for all your hard work and just to make sure, I'm not against going out for a bond. It's just the dollar amount, and so I appreciate all your hard work in putting the list together and whittling it down from, you know, 450 million down to 250. I do appreciate all that hard work. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Juliet, any comment? Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table to direct staff to prepare a draft resolution and final priority project list for a school improvement general obligation bond in the amount of $250 million on a 20-year term for the November 2026 election. With a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jay Codello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Agenda item 4D, resolution number 26-10, rejection of all bids, Carmel Middle School tennis courts, presented by Dan Paul.
Okay, we opened bids recently for the middle school tennis courts, and with the spike in petroleum costs, the cost came in quite a bit higher than we anticipated. We didn't have as many bidders as we anticipated as well, because some of them were just not sure how to gauge the impact of the petroleum costs. And if you think about the tennis courts and the heavy equipment used to build them, there's a lot of petroleum costs in there. So the recommendation is to reject all bids, and we'll bid it again in the future.
There were no requests for public comment related to this item. We'll open it up for board discussion, starting with Jason.
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Rita?
No questions. Thank you.
I also have no questions. Sarah?
I have no questions either, and if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll go to Jake, and then we can entertain a motion.
I have no questions.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'll make a motion to reject all bids for the Carmel Middle School tennis courts and direct staff to rebid the project at a future date.
Second.
Is there any further discussion, questions? Go to a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jay Codello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Agenda item 4E, resolution number 26-08, calling for Board of Education election and setting the specifications of the election, presented by Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
All right, so this is a requirement for us to get on the November 2026 election, the two remaining trustee area seats. We have 2 terms that are concluding, and this is the standard paperwork that is sent to us by the county. And included here, just to be really clear for folks, is the maps that define the trustee areas. It is attached to this item as a PDF, and it shows the boundaries of the trustee areas. Those maps are available on our website as well, and on the website you can actually zoom in and get more definition than in a PDF. So I just want to make that clarification for anyone who might be listening to this component of our meeting. But the trustee areas that are open for the upcoming election will be trustee areas 2 and 4, which are the last remaining at-large seats right now are filled, and these will, with this election, will bring us into a fully functioning trustee area election process, which hopefully will eliminate confusion moving forward for people, because being in transition is confusing to lots of folks. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, the maps, if people want to look at them, they are attached here. But again, they're also on our website, and on the website you can zoom in and see more clear definition.
There were no requests for public comment. I'll start board discussion with Rita.
No questions, thank you.
I have no questions. Sarah?
No questions.
Jake?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Jason?
I have no questions, and I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 26-08. Nope, wrong one. Nope. maybe
you're
it is.
right.
Yep, 2608, and the service agreement for provision of election services.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? I want to acknowledge Juliet. We didn't get to you if you had.
No, I have no questions.
Okay.
thank you.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 4F, resolution number 26-09, recognize and celebrate LGBTQ plus students, staff, and community members, presented by Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
So it's my pleasure to bring this forward in anticipation of June coming, which is known as Pride Month or LGBTQ plus awareness. And I think it's very wonderful that we, I think it was 4 years ago. This is our fourth time doing this. I think 4 years ago, we, for the very first time ever in Carmel Unified School District, adopted this type of a resolution that hopefully also conveys our intentions of creating and sustaining inclusive communities where everyone feels welcomed and like they belong. We're not going to read the resolution, but that is the intention behind that resolution.
There are no requests for public comment, and I will start board discussion with me. As you know, I like to speak in favor of this resolution, the importance of creating community, of inclusive community, and being available to all students who are LGBTQ and plus is essential to the success, to student outcomes, to student safety, and to a burgeoning community. And where I'm looking down as if I have something written, which I don't. The importance of student safety and access and being recognized at the highest level with a resolution that is not just ceremonial and celebratory, but is essential to the to our commitment to speaking in favor of the existence, the presence, and the identity, and to believe these students and to believe their identities is essential to who I want to represent, to who I believe we as CUSD are. This resolution speaks to every grade level, to every child who identifies or is unsure of how they identify, and it speaks out against hate and discrimination and the prevalence of xenophobia against these students and their families. I emphatically support this resolution, and I will continue to do so annually. Sarah.
I am not even going to try and follow that up. That was well said, well articulated, all the things. So thank you for your thoughts and your comments on the resolution. I agree with everything that you just said, and I will pass it off to Jake for any comments.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Jason.
I have no further comments.
Rita.
Yes, it's hard to follow you, Matt, but I wholeheartedly support this resolution. And I also wanted to point out in one of the whereas for our staff members as well. So I wanted to also support this resolution for the employees and educators in our district.
Yes, thank you. Juliet.
Yeah, I think this is obviously very important, and I think it's great that we're not only accepting these members of our community and these students and staff, but also celebrating them and giving them a month of recognition and just so that we can continue to acknowledge them and celebrate them and support them.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 26-09, recognize and celebrate LGBTQ plus students, staff, and community members.
A second.
If there's no further comments, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Apologize. I should go last. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, no, it was the rotation. Next, we have agenda item 5, information items. The following items are presented to the governing board as items for information purposes only. These items do not require board discussion or action. Item A, Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Committee Representative Appointment. Item B, Calendar of Board Items. There were no requests for public comment on the information items.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes.
I was going to make a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Great.
I would just like to recognize the work that went into having Carmel Unified School District be fully represented on the Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council. I want to offer my congratulations to Superintendent Sharon Ofek for being appointed on that, and I'm glad that we've got a community investment in that, and I look forward to the work and the collaboration from that group. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So I wanted to comment on the diligence of Trustee Glazer, who absolutely made a comment during their opportunity, their open forum component of their meeting, to propose and suggest that Carmel Unified School District be represented as one of the agencies in a more meaningful manner. And so if it weren't for his ongoing and continual attendance and participation and willingness to speak up during their meeting, then we would not be here. So thank you for doing that. And I think it will be not just fabulous for Carmel Unified School District, as there are many issues sometimes that happen in the Big Sur area that affect us. It will be really wonderful also for the families, for us to be able to have information sooner, hopefully. That's a hope and a wish on that. So anyway, needless to say, this is not a discussion or a question item. It's an information-only item, but I wanted to acknowledge Matt Glazer for his diligence on this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none. Item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. We will start with number 1, Tricia Bean.
Good evening, Tricia Bean, Carmel High School Spanish. We are here to advocate on behalf of our students who have also been working to advocate for themselves because they deserve to be meaningfully recognized for their extraordinary achievement in earning the California State Seal of Biliteracy. To earn the California State Seal of Biliteracy, students must meet rigorous academic and language proficiency requirements. They must complete 4 years of English with a grade point average of 3.0 or higher, or demonstrate equivalent mastery through an approved assessment such as an AP English exam. In addition, students must complete 4 years of world language coursework with a 3.0 or higher and demonstrate oral proficiency comparable to expectations on AP or IB language exams, or achieve a qualifying score of an advanced world language assessment such as an AP exam. Earning the California State Seal of Biliteracy represents sustained academic excellence, advanced literacy in 2 languages, and demonstrated oral proficiency. It is an achievement that reflects discipline, perseverance, and real-world readiness. In fact, we currently have a student who has earned the Global Seal of Biliteracy as well, which represents an even broader recognition of multilingual proficiency. These accomplishments deserve visible, meaningful acknowledgement at graduation. Board Policy 6142.2 supports the recognition of students who earn the State Seal of Biliteracy as part of honoring academic excellence and student success. We invest in recognizing student achievement in multiple ways. Students receive financial incentives for participation in the CASP assessment, including rewards such as yearbooks, prom tickets, and even trips like the senior trip to Universal Studios. We publicly recognize valedictorians through senior night, the student recognition assembly, the graduation ceremony, and in graduation program, including the wearing of gold medals. At the same time, we provide graduation cords and public recognition for numerous other student groups, including Mock Trial, Model United Nations, Visual and Performing Arts, and others. These recognitions are meaningful and appropriate, but they highlight a clear inconsistency in how we honor students who have met the rigorous standards of biliteracy. Yet we know the State Seal of Biliteracy is not just a school award. It is recognized by the state as an indicator of college and career readiness on the California School Dashboard. It signals that a student is prepared to engage in a global society with advanced communication skills in more than one language. For all these reasons, we are asking that we provide students who earn the California State Seal of Biliteracy with a visible, tangible recognition at graduation that students can wear that reflects the rigor, prestige, and significance of their accomplishment. These students have earned more than a quiet acknowledgement. They deserve recognition that matches the weight of their achievement. Thank you.
Number 2, Suzanne Martin.
Hi. It recently came to my attention through the board agenda and through my CMS French colleagues' request for a second-year leave of absence that the French program at CMS is being eliminated and that no French classes will be offered next year. I was surprised by this decision because following a March 21st, 2025 meeting involving district personnel, site administration, CHS counselors, and secondary world language teachers, the consensus was that CMS would continue offering both French and Spanish for the foreseeable future. CHS counselors strongly supported maintaining both programs in order to preserve student choice and encourage continued world language study beyond minimum A to G requirements. I am deeply concerned about the apparent lack of stakeholder engagement in this decision-making process. Board Policy 6142.2 specifically references consultation with stakeholders regarding world language instruction. That's in paragraph 3. However, I am unaware of any formal engagement process involving teachers, families, counselors, or students regarding the elimination of the CMS French program. As now the only French teacher in CUSD, I think I should be considered a primary stakeholder in this conversation. As you know, French language study directly supports district goals relating to global citizenship, college and career readiness, and high-impact learning experiences, and this is in Board Policy 6142.2, our LCAP, SIPSA at CHS and at CMS through the WASC and in our strategic plan. It also supports students pursuing the State Seal of Biliteracy and students seeking competitive college applications where extended world language study is increasingly important. The elimination of French at CMS also has long-term consequences for the French program at CHS. Middle school world language programs allow students to accelerate their learning and create flexibility in high school schedules. Without that opportunity, students may be forced into a single language pathway for all 4 years of high school in order to reach proficiency goals associated with the Seal of Biliteracy and competitive college admissions, limiting their elective opportunities and increasing schedule constraints. Beyond all of this, my immediate concern is for the current 7th grade students enrolled in French 1. These students and their families entered a sequential language program with the expectation that they would continue into French 2 at CMS and eventually have the opportunity to continue their studies at CHS. At this time, it remains unclear how continuity of services for these students will be provided. Will students need to travel to CHS to complete French 2? Will they receive high school credit if they do so? And how has this plan been communicated to families, not to mention the French teacher at CHS? That's me. I respectfully ask the board to provide transparency regarding this decision, clarify the continuity plan for current students, and ensure that stakeholder input, as required by your own board policy and the LCAP, ensures student opportunity and long-term program sustainability are fully considered as you move forward. And if you need your board policy, I have a copy of it.
There are no other requests for public comment on non-agendized items. Moving on to item 7, the informal report, Superintendent Sharon Ofick.
I don't have any this evening.
Next, item 8, board committee reports. These are routine committee updates from CUSD Board of Education, board representatives for Community Human Services, Mission Trails, Regional Occupation Executive Board, and the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison. We'll start with the Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board Representative, Jake Odello.
All right, thank you so much. I'm excited to report that the JPA had their annual student recognition dinner at the Elks Lodge last week. Was it last week? Yeah, last week. And we Carmel and all the other districts involved in the JPA recognized students as well. And we had 2 students to recognize, and I was very happy to be there celebrating with them and their families as well. Our student, Nate Barnes, was selected as the CTE Student of the Year for our district, and we recognized him. And then we also had another student, Ava Daniels, that was also a grand champion for her in the area of communication, and that was for all county as well. So 2 very, very impressive students, and we were there and Carmel was well represented at that event, and it was amazing to see all the other contributions from the other districts and in terms of CTE at that evening. So that was very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Board Member Rita Patel, who is both the Board Representative for Community Human Services and the Monterey County School Boards Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison.
Things are going well, plugging along with both organizations. Just wanted to share with Community Human Services, we have our board retreat on May 21st. It's all day, 9 to 2. So I will attend and represent CUSD. And with the Monterey County School Boards Association, I think they're just wrapping up the year, and I think they had success with all the trainings that they offered this year, and looking forward to winding down. And Janine Gus will be retiring this year. And so everyone's looking forward to the election, and just kind of curious to see where the county will go with our new superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9, which is closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on the items. A, student discipline or other confidential student matters, case number 2525-01, challenge to student record denial appeal, Ed Code 49070. Conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. Turn the page. Property 46495, Highway 1, Big Sur, County of Monterey, APN 159021008. Agency negotiator, superintendent, chief business official, chief operations officer, Jessica K. Johnson of Dennis, Walliver and Kelly. Negotiating parties, Carmel Unified School District and Fernwood Resort LLC under negotiation. Price and terms of payment. Item C, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representative Craig Chavez. Employee organizations, CSEA, ACT, and non-represented groups.
Matt, before you adjourn, when you read the case number in item A, you read 2525. My copy says 2526. I just want to make sure we have the right copy on the record.
It is 25, 26. Okay, let that be amended. In item A, thank you for that correction. In item A, the student discipline or other confidential student matters, the case number is 2526-01, challenge to student record denial appeal, Ed Code 49070. Were there any requests for public comment on the closed session items?
None at this time.
Okay, hearing none, we will now adjourn to closed session at 8:06 p.m. It's a train. Okay. Come. Okay, hey, we're live, you guys. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. For item 9A, the board unanimously denied an appeal of a challenge to student records under Education Code 49070. For item 9B, the board met with legal counsel and provided direction on potential price and terms of payment regarding the property referenced on the agenda. For item 9C, the board received an update from district staff and provided direction. I adjourned this meeting at 9:55 p.m.